So, we're back at It's a Greatest Attorney. We saw last time we beat a crazy woman called Giuseppe Brett, and unfortunately we never found out her motives. Probably going to find that out later in this game. From what we saw, we're going to be on a boat and probably going to be considered a murderer yet again, which is a bit redundant, but hopefully maybe it'll be a bit more different this time. I find it interesting. Could I just instantly jump to the last episode? I'm not even gonna try. But yeah, let's get into it then. Oh my god, there is. It's just giving me this entire. Hold on, am I messing this up? I'm gonna just press continue on it then. There we go. That's way better. Alright, let's repeat the goddamn Holmes, Sherlock Holmes story mystery thing.
That small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath.
Is Watson going to be a thing in this?
In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled. His
Wilson.
tense voice reverberating through
Oh wow, so Wilson is the one who died in the first one.
lantern shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner.
I had a feeling.
He started whispering to me.
Yeah.
The victim's most perplexing final words. The Speckled Band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Oh dear. 9th January, 6:37, aboard the Streamline. Something Buya, I think I saw.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
That won't be necessary.
Very Russian.
In less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What?
This game really loves nationalities, doesn't it? Because now we've got... It was English and Japanese, but now we're adding Russian onto this.
Locked room, but that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Holmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Quite right. And is it us? Are we the one who is going to be charged with murder yet again? Ugh, my head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Wait, I can't move. Oh, we're doing this again, huh? Ah! What the? Why am I in handcuffs? So you wake up now, So you wake up now, We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then. Duh. We found you, and now you will pay, criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, Ugh, sorry. Now you have been found, it is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that? Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Sato? Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where is Kazuma? I had a feeling oh dear, is that actually... Ha! You pretend not to know? You are a wolf in sheep's clothing. Or a wolf in sheep's pelt. You are a killer! You will not make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin, that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. Hey, what's up, G? Not much. What's up with you? Anyway. And these handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Lady, I was literally just proven innocent in another trial. Answer me, please. No. Yeah. So, this has gone pretty bad, hasn't it? Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else would you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when you brought your luggage in earlier, though. By the way, that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was going to die. Yes, I can hardly believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Jesus. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we've docked in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. Ugh, I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do you keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could have confided in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew that what we've done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best only you and I know about this. Yeah, this is all really working out well for us, isn't it? I suppose so. Anyway, it's about time that Stewart is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I haven't seen his body yet, so I'm still holding possibility that he's injured but not dead. But who knows? The game is being very clear about him being dead, but I don't know. Seems like a pretty important character. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to the hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward just decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'd be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I'll stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. I've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going to this adventure to England together. We'll leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Da! You said this before. You admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there's something I would like to ask of you, too. Ugh, those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can try to do is find out what really happened. Okay, we're finally into an exploration and dialogue part of the game, like the original Ace Attorneys. I wonder. It does kind of feel like Edgeworth Investigations in a way. Instantly being called out to be a killer and being held in handcuffs. Kazuma's death. He's really been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. And these handcuffs. They think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via the porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from the outside. In other words, after the crime, the killer couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit could only have been in somebody inside the cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? I'm seeing a literal vent right here, but yeah, sure, let's go with it. This is impossible. How did he die then? What exactly what happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. You don't know how he died? So you don't know if he's dead then, basically. The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we'll learn more until the expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means that there were no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in the cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please, whatever you say, you were in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... He would always wake up before dawn to do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. This morning he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, and I went to find the member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside, there was Kazuma-sama, collapsed on the floor. And the white tape here and now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything that had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish that wasn't the case, but... I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. It's very hard for me to believe too, trust me. Now I've told you everything I know. So it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Stow away. Why are you even on board the ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we've left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No! That would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. He did do a whole like, I've got a secret to tell you, but I won't tell you until later at the end of the first case. Alright. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to extreme lengths just to snuggle me into this England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were actually serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that. But I never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then... Then what? Nothing. Forget it. Kazuma-sama is... He was always saying the same thing. He wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do it with you. Yes, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then... It was darker than I'd ever seen before. Susato-san. I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you, my stowaway on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact. Last night. If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat like he always did. And then I got myself into the wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep? Well, yes. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed? Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable, I really do, but it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I would be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me, I didn't do it! I really don't want to I don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else that could have possibly done this. Ugh. We've literally been through this before, lady. When it seems like there's only one person that could have done it, it's probably a little more complex. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? Ah! I can't take this! Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I won't allow that. I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. I'm so sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Hey-ya! Well. What the... That was a Susato takedown. A Susato what? What martial art form is that? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry, prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already? What you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Ah, I see. She's expecting me to print some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susano to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves that I'm not guilty of this awful crime. I suppose the first major block to that would be the paper seal. How could he get out of the wardrobe if the seal had been placed?
Yes!
Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, Was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes, it was. I remember that. I remember clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I'd go to sleep there, just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same thing last night as well. Ah! Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled off the sign from the wardrobe before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and snuck this on from the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. I mean, it's just gonna be like, well, he didn't die straight away, he just put the seal on the door to make it look... I don't know. They're obviously gonna pull that kind of dumb, like, reasoning. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating here, at least. Thank you. So you finally believe me? I'm sorry, no. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you use some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back into position. Does she think I am a magician? For now, I suggest you investigate thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work then, Susato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you in case... and make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I won't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear. I will avenge your death. Yo, we kind of got over that death quite quickly, didn't we? Right, so we already gone through all of that. First of all, though... Oh my, I didn't even examine this yet. Ah, the symbol of Yumi University. Every student wears a pin with pride. It's funny, most emerald emblems seems to be either round or rectangular. I like this spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although it does cause problems. A lot of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. Perhaps it was the idea of the founders, a sharp pin for a sharp mind or something? My personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose the pin, they won't accept you as a Yumi University student. You may not come in, they say. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you can just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget not to forget that. Okay. Ah, these must be the remnants of glue you used to stick the paper seal onto the wardrobe. That's right, it was pulverized rice. Pulverized rice? Yes, I pulverized some rice in my evening meal, even though it broke my heart. You broke your heart? What do you mean? Remember, I'm a stowaway on this ship. All I had to eat were Kazuma's leftovers. Even a couple of grains of rice could have meant the difference between life and death. Oh my! Must have been awful for you then, Naruhodo-san. But I have some glue with me, as it happens. You're welcome to use it this evening. Oh, thank you very much. Huh. You drew these characters on the paper seal, didn't you, Naruhodo-san? They're such bold, vivid strokes you made. You're looking at a man who came aboard inside a trunk. Those brush strokes needed to make a statement. If they found me in the wardrobe, those Russians would have hurled me into a freezing cold ocean. I'm sure none of the crew men would have done anything like that. Well, I'm not so sure. They would have forced you to wash dishes in the gallery until you were on death's door or something like that. Wash dishes until I was on death's door? That's a lot of dishes. Fair enough. Well, I need to present them now. Susato-san, about this. I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. But we don't have time to waste on anything else. We must find clues. She looks serious. Really, quite dead serious. I guess I can only share that later. Oh, he's just still here, just like watching. Did Kazuma write that before he died? It looks like it was written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dabbing his finger with the spillage? Poor Kazuma-san. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It was almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of clue in his final moments, wasn't he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I'm just gonna throw it out. Nobody ever writes a message after they die. In every single case of this game and this series, no one has ever done it. So it's not gonna start now. Okay. When you're about to die, you're not gonna write in perfect font and cursive, right? You're just flat out not going to be able to write properly. And if you do, you're just gonna write down who the actual killer is. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Ah, yes, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? Yes, I know about this. I'm sure you're careful to look around using the BM, aren't you? Now, let's investigate all corners of the cabin. Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision is rather small until now. Well, I've still got other things to look at, like katana. That was Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on the trip. I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. I think this is actually real then. Because I've seen, like, when getting pictures for the bottom area, I noticed that some of Naruhodo's sprites have a sword with him. And I thought he was going to get his urn when he became a lawyer, but now I'm starting to think that he takes that with him. That katana. And again, Kazuma could just show up at the very end being like, I didn't actually die! That is the plot twist. Seigi? Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. Yet you... Can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoroughly? Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stowed away on the ship? Now you're gonna bring that up, aren't you? I can't win. That's my dinner from last night, a roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it here on the floor here? I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate it at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how did the plate end up on the floor? But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. He didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no! Does that mean poor Kazuma-san spent the last night on his earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Ugh. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. How is that not something of worth noting? There we go. There's nothing on the table at all. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night I went to sleep. I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute. What is it? It's funny, I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama. No. There are rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Bruya. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabin. Pets are strictly forbidden. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, I'm sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be here. Those books have fallen over the shelf. On the shelf. Look. They've all toppled over the same way. And what's this? The statue of the god of sea? Although he's fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf had been ransacked. And everything mown down at once. I wonder if perhaps it was Kazuma-sama's doing his morning sword training. Do you think? I seriously doubt it. Then perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these have been thrown about have meant anything to the case, I wonder? Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. Oh yeah, don't mess up the crime scene. Perhaps I should see what that Russian crewman makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me? What? I found it actually kind of hard to distinguish French from Russian. Possible. Duh. I guess I could talk with that kind of inclination. Duh. I was wondering how it's going, the investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it is not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime. Very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. He might have useful information, though. I'll have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Yet! Of course not! Now get back to corner of room and make silent. I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there. He seemed a little flustered. Okay. Gonna check out the doll. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, the bolt had been firmly closed. That's quite a small bolt. Not particularly sturdy. And it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, the door is bolted. And there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up down in my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel. The culprit used a needle and thread to draw the bolt from outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a very clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of the detective stories myself. But the door to the cabin and the frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using a needle and the thread trick here, I'm afraid. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles up and down my spine. This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma. He didn't even make it to his destination. It looks as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. Could be a valuable clue. Hey, yes! That is out of the question. What? Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read through his private thoughts. But what if there's something important, like relevant to the case? Alright, I won't read it. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into other people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yep. Carried a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on the vessel. I was brought aboard inside that case. Ah, yes, I see it says this way up in Japanese. Which, in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor here. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than Susata's takedown. What's this? What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever this thing is, it appears to have broken clean in two. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks a little cute. Look, it looks like a cute little Nasuke fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure it sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? The mark beside it. What is it, I wonder? It's sort of black like you. Ah, yes, you're right. That's the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere in this cabin. I'd assume blood. Like dried blood. Alright.
Yes, this is a bell cord contraption, I think.
What do you mean, contraption?
I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about the life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell and summon servants.
Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try?
Yes! In the interest of cultural research, obviously. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people.
No, I'm sure just everyone's busy, that's all. I think the wardrobe will be the last thing.
I think this is some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which clean air can circulate through the cabin.
Isn't that a little odd?
What do you mean?
Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin.
Yes, it would appear to. You're right.
But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it would have been connected to the outside.
That's true. Perhaps it was so rainy that the spray don't want to find their way in.
Wait, so
Perhaps that's so when that rain and spray don't find their way into the sea, when the seas are rough or something like that.
I suppose maybe that's it. Oh my. Who's that? He wasn't here a minute ago. As far as I could tell, it looks like he might be European. A European? Ugh.
Oh, how does he?
You've noticed that man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got here, but he looks suspicious and tall and suspiciously tall.
Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. You really do not know who that is.
Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And he's been investigating Kazuma's desk, or is he just playing on it? I can't really tell.
Well, in that case, we must simply talk with him.
Am I imagining it, or does Susato-sano look almost uncontrollably excited?
By the way, I expected that you had noticed already, but in case, when you press space on people when they're in crosshairs, you can first...
Yes, I know this. Let's go talk to the dude.
Oh, please do!
But first of all...
It's been some 2 weeks since we set sail for Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san?
I think living isn't quite right description.
Oh, no. I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting, making this voyage in your own secret hideout.
The trouble was, I never really knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I basically had to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception.
Because of that, you have no idea what was happening out here in the cabin?
No. Sadly not. Okay. I guess we're talking to Hairlock Sherms is his name. Excuse me? Excuse me, do you have a moment?
Shh! This is a critical point in my investigation.
Maybe I should just leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly.
Yes, perhaps that would be for the best.
Greetings! I hope I hope I haven't kept you waiting long.
Ah!
What exactly are you doing on Kazuma's desk just now?
Ah, I see. Fascinating.
I'm sorry? What do you see? It feels like he's looking right through me.
Oh, yes. Everything is clear now.
I think I'm gonna try and, like, do a Professor Layton kind of voice.
The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have been crystallized.
Like, I'm gonna do Professor Layton, but higher pitched, so it's not just,
Luke, come talk to me. A puzzle always needs a gentleman's touch. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You must have been in Afghanistan. I perceive. I just recently returned, if not mistaken.
sorry? What?
And now, while venturing towards foreign climes, you find yourself in the most troubling predicament.
Oh, well, that part's true at least.
But how? How the deuce did I know? How the deuce did I know that? Perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth mentioning. Have you perhaps managed to deduce everything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you may have fled your native land of Russia, being, as you are, a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when the beribboned occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes.
Good to know he's kind of, he's not just like a always correct character, because that would have been really boring. Just to be clear, you're talking about me, are you?
Certainly I am.
Do you see another person in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't see even one person who fits that bill.
So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama.
What?
And you're plotting a revolution too. It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked.
No, listen, there's no way
Yeah! Now explain yourself. Tell me everything.
This is ridiculous.
How could you do it?
For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not Russian revolutionary, obviously.
Oh, forgive me.
And as for you, what kind of deduction is that? Were you just saying that were you just saying the first thing that came to your head?
Ah, but was I not right?
Whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you find yourself in the most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yes, maybe.
Ha! There you have it. You see? What do you make sense of that?
Well, to be honest, the ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So I'm not really sure you could call it a deduction, more of a plain observation.
Indeed, an observation, my dear boy,
in the basis of all deduction.
My method is founded upon the observation of trifles. You see, I've announced my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right.
I don't think you've introduced yourself.
Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The imitable Sherlock Holmes. So, it really is you, the actual Sherlock Holmes. The very same. The immaculate, actual Sherlock Holmes. Do you know this man, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san. Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him.
What planet have I been living on, then?
We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure of it.
Really? Why do I have an uneasy feeling about this? Okay, then. But first... Look at my badge. Tell me what you think about it. I gotta do it to everyone. Miss Sherlock Holmes, what do you make of this?
Shh, quiet. When I'm ruminating, of course, my deductions are different.
Oh, sorry.
Ah, an Indian curry, perhaps.
What is he ruminating about? Lunch menu? Great detective. So, you're the great detective, are you? Sorry, what's your name again?
Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Holmes.
I see. You're German? Herlock, was it?
No, no, I have no hair. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Holmes. You may read all about my exploits in the exciting London publication. Oh yes, the Randest magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially.
Ah, yes, here it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories, then?
Indeed, I am.
You've read so many of your own stories that you've started to think you really are a detective.
Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward.
Backward?
My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronologues them in the magazine.
You have a biographer, do you?
Doesn't everyone? My name goes by the name of Dr. Wilson. Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London.
Dr. Wilson?
I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment I've returned from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown.
Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not.
Deductions, you see.
It is to me a science, logical reasoning.
Logical reasoning in its purest form. A science?
Really?
The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in a subject. A fugitive's glance, a twitch of the muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these things are data.
Right.
And a trained logician,
logician? That's a weird word.
Makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. This ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I have demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can you look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have turned both for observation and for deduction and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Okay. Suma's death. We're really not going to explain. Oh, by the way, I'm Japanese, not German or Russian. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in the most cunning hiding place? That's right. 'Twas none other than I, the great detective before you, Herlock Sholmes. I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin doors open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry at the scene of the crime. Yes! Luckily for everyone, the great detective Herlock Sholmes was on board. And the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. Ugh. This very moment I laid eyes upon the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh really? Two facts, you say? Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please, what were the two facts that are apparent to you when you came into the cabin this morning? A man is dead. The killer is still in the scene. That's probably it. Yes, but first, let's be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced were from the mere momentary glance. A momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1. The cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2. The victim was Russian, and killed following a dispute with the acquaintance. Hold on, Master Sholmes. What made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim in the floor. Taperdos. That's the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? Do you really think Kazuma-san could have left a dying message in Russian? In the final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian, wasn't he? Was he? Initially, I considered Gardenrub maybe the name of the killer, a certain Robert Garney, perhaps. But in the interest of fairness, I decided it would be wrong not to check inside the wardrobe at least. Where I found you, Mr. Naruhodo, sleeping soundly. Quite so. I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you are acquainted. And, if memory serves, the outfit is a traditional dress of the Russian people. Are school uniforms the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. And I had no idea that a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the dying and the message that I might analyze it later for possible hidden details. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes.
Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, thank you. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all of that. Ah, yes, the train of reasoning had led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining the train of reasoning to me, do you think? Cornelio. Certainly, if it interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian. I don't speak Russian. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things that you concluded about me, I mean. Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you found yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I found more that you were hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and the assassin of 16 part. Ah, yes, the more solid details. The more sordid details. It was fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have morning's paper. The main headline reads: Revolutionary Villain Broskevich flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port at Shanghai yesterday, and last night a young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded that he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple fact of reasoning that to realize that the culprit of this crime was a same merciless revolutionary who could kill the very man who once helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, Villain Broskevki. No. How could it have been me? I don't look anything like that man. Just look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize the appearance as well. Please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims' assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower? Yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed out all particulars in this article. The deeds of the man have perpetrated thus far, and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Broskevich. I need to remember Broshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do you revolutionaries usually agree with interviews with the newspaper reporters, I wonder? What is that part about? And what about the part where you said that I was just returning from Afghanistan? Oh, quite clearly stated here in the article. Broskevich is recently returned after a period of subversive activities in the war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is that, anyways? This Afghanistan place. Bro, learn some geography. Here, take this paper for yourself, as a little memento of greater deduction. Suppose this is still very close to when Japan opened its doors to the rest of the world again. It's probably not used to knowing everything about the world. Oh, thank you.
I've absorbed all there is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. And you may find an article on the back page of interest as well. On the back? Cast your eyes over it for some time, and if the interest it takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. All it's written here in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. Let's take a look, see then. Hello. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no. I mean, it looks it might be relevant. This is totally Swan Lady, isn't it? Constantly hiding her face and everything, but I don't know, something about this look. Well, looks like a Swan Lady to me. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I, but look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She's very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, don't you? I don't know. I can't make sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you noticed the article. Ah! Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. Pops up everywhere, Mr. Shones. It's about the disappearance of this young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Northkovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During the performance in Shanghai, a famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Susano's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of Northkovich Ballet. It would seem that the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is the most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance in all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of Russian fleeing his or her country? Just give me a moment. It does seem that that does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. I kind of spaced on what was said there, but I guess. I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian. No, me neither. I have no idea what anything says. Pair of you are floundering is a sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. The article on the front page of the newspaper is concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. It reads, Revolutionary Vilin Boshkevik leaves Russia via Shanghai. Yes, you've told us that before. It also reveals also that those who see the man's beard with their own eyes never live to tell a tale. My goodness, he is troublesome. Fearsome. Well, presumably the newspaper photographer was alright, wasn't he? The solution was obvious, of course. He despises his beard to a degree that he only shaves it off. I'm not quite sure that's a problem, Mr. Sholmes. Okay. So we got both sides of the article now. All right. Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for the moment the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim is engaged in penning some text. London Diary. London Diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should be reading his private writings. It could upset some people. Specifically one crazy woman who attacks people at random. Tragic. And something you ought to have perhaps educated before the act of reading. You mean you've already read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what Susato's takedown is. No, she only attacks you because, yeah. Susato-san, aren't you gonna throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san, what do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter of hand, namely this diary belongs to the victim. It would appear that the last sentence is incomplete, as if the author was cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of this writing? Pray be precise as to the details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado, nado. I trust you are suitably impressed. But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. So what was that all that showing off from before then? If you'd be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged, my dear madam. The final entry here is Kazuma-sama's diary consists of 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I hear a faint whistling sound. A faint whistle sound? These very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35. What looks to be some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grizzle. From the ventilator grill. A speckled brand? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I haven't heard of that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Kazuma's diary had entered into the court record. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being at least. Ah, do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writing in his diary may have piqued my interest. This matter warrants further investigation, I believe. And I'm still too long. And if I'm still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence the truth, which becomes clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps then I could go with you? No. That would be somewhat complicated. What? Why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you are the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who's decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I seem to have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you have clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. Are you quite sure? That is very strange. I wouldn't have said you have to face a criminal, you know? Not really. So what, you're saying you looked at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, what was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Now he's just being a plain rude. And he's gone. And off he goes, just having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is twisted as his name. Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can... Hiya! After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, are you willing to give up? Okay, I'm not... I'm starting to really get annoyed with this character. She really is just the freaking Japanese anime girl that attacks people for no reason. And then just does not get any kind of... anything bad ever happen to her. Oh, I can just attack people without any... oh, what's it called? Oh, the word's escaping me. Consequence. There we go. Yeah, no, it's one of the main reasons I dislike anime is this whole idea of people can just do things without consequence, and it ruins any kind of story. So you're just gonna roll over and accept your fate? Ugh. As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. Like, I understand that some people find it funny, but I just find it clearly annoying. I think we have to investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's get around examining what we can in this cabin and wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. This situation doesn't look good for me, but there's still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this and bring the real color to justice. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, no, it's just the crewman standing by the door. I can't help but feeling I've seen him somewhere before. Ah, God, it's Nasunaga. Again, Jesus. Ah, yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir? Yes, what can I do for you? Oh my God, he really is going to be a recurring character. I recognize that face, but it can't be. It is! I didn't know that you were here, Inspector Hosonaga.
Hello again.
What are you doing here?
I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you here. My heart stopped.
Nearly stopped, I hope.
I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew on board this ship.
Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector.
If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask.
Never expected to see this man on board. Or perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation.
Special orders.
So what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed like a member of the crew?
I'm sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility.
For what?
My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard.
Huh?
It was the Minister of Justice, Jigoku, who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated.
Assassinated? How could that even have been a possibility?
I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said that we should be prepared for all eventualities.
This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated?
Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I am undercover now, posing as one of the crew.
See.
And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night, every day. But I never imagined this would happen here, inside his own cabin, not here on the first class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I am a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize.
Inspector.
So if there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word.
We're doing what we can to investigate Kazunuma's death as ourselves.
I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer.
Of course not. We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, we need to be allowed out of this cabin.
I'm sorry.
What?
You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you moved to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman over there would surely snap your neck in two.
I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well.
Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive.
What do you mean?
If I had solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to.
But I don't see how. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me on your innocence, Naruhodo-san. By presenting me with evidence a piece of evidence that you had in your possession. Evidence? It's the same as when you're in court. You must have done it so many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel. Okay. I didn't actually present any profiles, did I? I don't know if I can even do that. Yeah, I can't present profiles at the moment. But yep. Clearly something was happening in the vents. What's that? That's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to find out what he meant by that, but that's what I'd like to know. What I'd like to know is, don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins the next door cabin. That's right. So if we could investigate there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to let us do that? Yes. As long as I don't leave the first-class cabin area, I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. As long as you don't leave, right. But what about the captain? Aren't you going to against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. I promise you that I will lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I could do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruto-san. Just select the move and we can leave the cabin at last. Move. Alright, let's find out. Bop, 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 boom. Bop, 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 bop. Wow, they changed his profile as well. Right. There's a mousetrap. Whew. I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this wasn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. This is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on this study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in the first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. There's another crewman keeping watch. It looks enormous, even when sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes through here who shouldn't. I suppose, like people like in handcuffs. Naruhodo-san, and you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought that you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you.
Please, don't give me that pitying look. What's up with this?
Ah, a trap for catching mice.
Yeah, we have plenty of those back in home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait.
Let me see. Yes, I think that's what they call cheese. It's made from the milk of cows.
Cheese? I wonder what it tastes like. Jesus, these people haven't lived.
You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap it shut on your fingers.
Really? But, I suppose you're right.
You weren't actually going to try it, were you?
All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe.
For you. I'll find a little snack for you later.
What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it?
That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it.
Oh, an alarm.
It says press only in times of emergency.
Aye, this is going to be important. Someone's going to not press the alarm even after finding the body or something, right?
The bell's ringing all over the ship, and it brings the vessel to a complete stop.
Oh, this I have to see.
What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it!
This is an emergency situation. Look at these handcuffs.
You know full well what I meant, that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation.
I wish everything would just stop. This ship included.
If you have to do something something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else.
Shut up. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to.
Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw the speckled brand from emerging.
Maybe whoever is in this cabin can help solve the particular mystery. Let's ask. Oh, okay, good. Good. I didn't want to actually go in. Oh, excuse me. We are, going to go inside the cabin here.
The sailor's eyes speak volumes.
He's clearly saying keep out. That's what's wrote on the sign over the wardrobe doors. Although this man's vision is definitely more effective. This man's version.
It doesn't look like he's going to let us pass.
That's going to be a problem. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin.
Not our cabin, it's Kazuma's cabin, Sama's.
Sorry?
Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin.
You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling a home.
These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin in the steerage is number 539, by the way.
500 and... How many cabins are there? Looks like a plan of the SS Bruya. Shows out each deck. Look.
The Bruya is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering.
Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, but how is it such a large lump of metal doesn't sink to the bottom of the ocean?
Oh, that's quite simple, Naruhodo-san.
It is?
Well, considering the Japanese
archipelago. Consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan?
Yes, they're not metal, but they're enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than the ship. And yet they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea ever since God created them.
Well, I suppose so. A huge book is on the table there, and there's a pen next to it.
Yes, that looks like the ship's log.
Shall we have a little look through it?
The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been miraculously recorded. You wouldn't expect the rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment. Not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably there was nothing to report. I do love the art of this game. That's the way to the second class area of the ship. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I started it with my talk of running away. And there's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death still remains a mystery anyway. Hey, buddy. Excuse me, but could I ask you something?
You little stowaway murderer!
That was not a good start, was it? Alright, let's me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you?
You little third-class lady's maid!
Oh. You seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susana-san.
I'm not a sailor! My mother
I'm sounding very French.
I am not a sailor. My mother gave me a name. I am senior crewman, Biff Stojanov.
Biff
Stojanov. Rojanov. Biff Strojanov.
Whew. Best thing is to avoid eye contact with this, but I think. First cabin area. Mr. Strojanov? About the first class cabin area.
Here we are, finest part of Bruja streamship. For very important persons.
What sort of very important persons?
Government officials. Kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. This is why I am guarding this place.
Gosh, that's amazing.
But somehow I let a stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in the ocean, but Stojinov is not an animal.
Thank you. If I may, I was wondering. The cabin next to Mr. Asagi is currently occupied?
Da!
Susano-san. Did you understand that? It sounded like da. I think it's possibly Russian for yes or no. Genius.
It is not permitted to visit. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation.
Well, it sounds like is someone next door to the cabin at least. Yes, it is tantalizing. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next door to Mr. Asagi's?
His name is Mr. Grimsley Roylott. Grimsby Roylott. He's important Western gentleman.
A Western gentleman?
Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of student boy.
How can you be so sure of that?
Mr. Roylott is an authentic Western gentleman. Such a man has no interest in lowly students from insignificant Far Eastern islands.
That was harsh. Could you tell us where Mr. Roylott came aboard? When Mr. Roylott came aboard?
That is not your business.
Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time. I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably, such a gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins. He must be rather important, isn't that right?
That is not your business.
Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stojanoth?
Da! All time. So criminals like you cannot come in. Or get out.
I wonder. Could you tell us anything about what happened last night at all?
It is sad about student boy.
Were you on watch last night as well?
Of course.
And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual?
Yet!
Susano-san, did you understand that? I think it was clearly a no.
I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all.
Did you hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way?
I said no!
Sorry? I'm not so sure. I could have sworn he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment. I would have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there.
This is enough. I cannot say no more now.
Oh.
It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin.
Yes, alright.
Bulkhead is second-class area. Is staying locked at all times. You escape when lobster whistle is on top of mountain. Or, as English say, when pigs fly.
Yes, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate the area properly, shall we? Definitely. This is it. This is the cabin. Let's go. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in here to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! Was that? That didn't come. Such a high-pitched scream. Must have been a woman. Stand aside. Stand aside! I'm about to break down the door. Sherlock Holmes? Sherlock Sholmes? I shan't be stopped when a fit is on me. I revel in kicking doors from their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? I think I should just go in. There's no time for stress relief. There's gonna be another dead body. I have a feeling there's gonna be another dead body. After they said, like, that person was... I didn't hear anyone was around in that cabin that entire time.
Who are you?
A Western gentleman. The man looks Russian to me. We heard that a woman scream.
A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's no one but me in this cabin.
True, the old man doesn't appear to be the only person here. Does appear to be the only person here. But in that case, who just screamed?
Get out! All of you, now!
Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe.
Yes, that's me. And you are?
I am the one and only the actual Sherlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt.
No.
The great detective among detectives, one who adorns the cover of a popular magazine, no less. So I assure you, you must trust me completely. This man uses that magazine like a business card.
A detective? I do not trust detectives.
We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe at this time. So it might be as bold to ask you to open that small traveling case?
What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that?
Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me. Whoa. Oh my, did you just see that, Naruhodo? Yes, the cage just shook.
Leave, now! Otherwise, I call the steward.
So this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylet. There's no doubt about it. The strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Okay, let's look around. Oh my god. What are you doing? He's such a freak. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's just what I did, isn't it? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. What are you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of a wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. Oh. It would seem that hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylet, is clearly trying to hide something. And you only know... And do you know what the most effective weapon is to use against a Russian hiding in secret? Why? The truth, of course. Though it must be pointed out in such methods that are not exclusively for Russians. Right. Can you imagine how this Russian will react when his secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, what are you about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply a great detective's greatly admired great deduction to this case. Could this man be more of a hackneyed portrayal of the dubious Russian, I'd ask you?
What?
From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you or anyone. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first greeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence, and it biases the judgment. Shh! I must have complete silence.
What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that?
It's just as I thought. Yes, I've made up my mind now. I think these glasses and that nose are attached, meaning that this person is hiding their true... I think it's possibly that woman. I think instead the twist is going to be it's this person instead. And they're making it out like it's this person. There's no other explanation that can accommodate all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions.
What do you mean?
Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not?
Yeah.
And number two, the other conclusion I've drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension. You've realized you've been discovered. Does it not?
Yeah.
Oh, Naruhodo-san, I never would imagine to witness one of Mr. Sherlock's greatest deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction. Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. And in a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about his person. What an ineffable twaddle. Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventure of Dr. Sholmes. Do I have that in my inventory? I do. Good. It's like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the colors drained from Mr. Roylott's face. It looks like somehow both Sherlock's conclusions were right.
How could you?
How could I possibly know such things? You wish to say? Very well then. Allow me to educate. I shall educate. I shall explain how it was I arrived with this pair of conclusions. So I can cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through the deduction together. Ooh! New gameplay mechanic! Topic 1. Old man's identity. Oh, nice! So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place. Nice. The enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we must ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such a large implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You are on the verge of using those shears to cut away that copious beard of you sport. Now, moving on. The question that begs is this. What would you have desired to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence that sheds light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper. In particular, this fascinating front page article. Which you would appear to have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. This evidence reveals your true identity. It is an article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary Villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of this article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond a doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary itself, Villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard you myself, you understand? A revolutionary on the run. Topic 2. Wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. The proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people may have the propensity to let their eyes stray to see. Ugh. I assure you, my eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies in that in the fugitive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits right beyond our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case is opened and the contents laid bare.
No, I refuse.
What could you possibly be concealing inside, may you ask? By my estimation? A young lady, perhaps? One slight enough to fit therein?
Don't be absurd.
And what, pray, would the identity of the young woman be in the travelling case? Dear me. We are not quite well suited for a life of crime, are we? You careless coop. Décollé that betrays you. Once again, we heed only follow your fugitive's glance to the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your travelling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. For there is another most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Noshkevik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to that article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the Russian enigma. Elemensky. Well. Sasato-san, that wasn't one of the greatest deductions I've been hearing about so much about, was it? Well, stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes. Could you come over here a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we've all had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing alike each other. Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier. At that time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary and able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Dr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do. That is not the point. Another thing, about him abducting a ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revolution. At first glance, it would appear that too small to accommodate a young woman. It's not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old in that case, if you were pushed really hard. I don't suppose missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out of that case. Some years ago, I read some pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote certain
lithness in their bodies. Vinegar. For such a sour bun it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of a small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of a contortionist in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. Ugh, this whole thing's turning into a circus. Reminds me of that the quote from Phoenix. You're not just the clown, you're the entire circus! Mr. Naruhodo, something occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seems a little off. Your idea of a little might be a little off itself, Mrs. Sato. It's just one of the two key words of his deduction that seems to let him down. I was wondering if we might be able to tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some keywords in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I feel like if we do that, you might unlock the true genius of Dr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. And you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take this moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Yes, I've looked. Oh my, okay, never mind. Oh, where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. And don't worry, I will restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried, in fact, I'd rather they stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Let's go. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Revolutionary on the run. So, the curious-looking Russian royal it obviously catches the eye in the first place. Are the enormous pair of shears in your hand? And we must ask ourselves what could possibly want to do with such an implement. This is probably the one that you need to change. To shave his beard. On the verge of using the shears to cut away a copious beard of a sort. Right, that's it. I'm not so sure. Would they really use their shears to cut off a beard? I doubt someone would ever really... That's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't sit quite right with me, though. It does seem to be sitting quite right with Mr. Roylet, either. It doesn't. Which means I suppose the deduction is wrong. So let's try to switch the keyword here, Naruhodo-san. And see if it helps the matter. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylet. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on. Exactly. We managed to find something that seems to fit the sense. Like what? Leave it to your couple hands. Why am I the one left to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if we can find anything that could use the switch around on the last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylet going to use those enormous shears on? Copious beard. Can I actually move this down? Golden locks. Oh, hello. Was I right?
Yes!
Haha! Nice. You were on the verge of using those shears to cut away those golden locks, you sport. Indeed. You have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair clearly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman. And judging by the length of the sheen of your hair, one is still very much in her youth. Oh no! If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question is then begged to be this. Why would you desire to get rid of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have to clear evidence that sheds light on this matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is in the article about the revolutionary. Well, this was a shock. I had no idea the old man was really a woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you were in your element as you dance around the room deducing facts from Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. Babaka. Something said that. This is strictly business, not strictly come dancing. Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on the next part of Dr. Sholmes' introduction, shall we? The evidence that he picked out doesn't seem to fit the facts at all. No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylett is actually a woman. Before, I was actually thinking maybe he was trying to shear up the paper, but yeah. Hidden golden locks. Exactly, or rather, she couldn't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose because the deduction as the whole has taken a different direction now. Yes, let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits with the facts as we understand them. Something reason this woman needs to try and hide her true identity. It feels as though I've ever read of or heard about a young woman in a situation like this recently. Alright, I'll do my best. Mm-hmm. The evidence that reveals your true identity is that, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. The renowned prima ballerina of the Noshkevik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear that we finally are able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Noshkevich ballerina Premier Ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ah! Ooh. It's quite beautiful. You're right. My name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg of you, don't tell anyone. Ballerina on the run. Now for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. Ah! And the proof of this crime is over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have the prosperity to let their eyes stray, you see. I assure you, your eyes speak much more eloquently and honestly than your mouth. The answer we seek lies within that fugitive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. The woman is a ballerina right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm gonna have to step in and fix the detective's mistake again. You seem to be pleased, Naruhodo-san. Naruhodo-san? You like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Shalom's? Stop it. Anyway, there seems to be something else that we can show what this woman was up to. The tiara.
Yes!
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. I believe the tiara was worn by the stage dancers in the Novkovich ballet, wasn't it? Indeed, it would appear that they are to be identical with the tiara pictured here in the news article. If the reporting is to be believed, the item is worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Ah! I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It is a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all her life. She must be extremely lonely. All right, I will tell you everything. There is no point hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused in opening this travel case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason you wish to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? Oh. My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea what the contents that inside that case, before I have ever laid eyes upon them. Dear me, you're not well suited to the life of crime, are we? Your careless coup de coeur betrays you. Once again, I need only follow your fugitive glance to the future, to the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open this case is written in the books on the shelf. Completely changed tack with this deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but he suddenly brought the bookshelf into this. That's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it does seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open the case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that seems to be true, but still, Mr. Pavlova did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. There seems to be another reason why she won't open the case. And it must be somewhere within the same area if her gaze is involuntarily drawn. I agree. There's only one answer. Whatever she has hidden in the case should be revealed by following the gaze in the direction of the bookshelf. Ah, because it's against the rules.
Yes!
It's against the rules to hide pets.
She has a pet with her. Yes. The reason why you refuse to open the case is written here in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or any dangerous objects in the cabin. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from the carriage of this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time. But no weapon nor dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves one other possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case is the last item listed as forbidden on the vessel's rules of passage. A pet. Well, this is a fun mechanic, I think. Kind of like a trial testimony thing. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were.
No, I am not Grimsby Voilot. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you say is correct.
You absconded during one of the ballet's company's performances in order to escape to your homeland. To escape from your homeland? To your homeland. To escape your homeland. Okay. Wanted to get that right. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. Bruria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have stuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links of your past by severing your long hair. Yet, to a woman, hair is a no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave it well alone. So if it was just you about to cut your own hair, who was it that let out a scream when we heard from outside the cabin? It's a veritable tinkling of a bell. Why none other would this lady naturally? Why none other than this lady, actually? More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That is why I decided to, how you say, disgust myself, so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into a questionable old man, I see. I put on a fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before I came here, I saw it in the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I could not stop from screaming. I knew if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all of my hair as fastly as possible. And I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked through the door, through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. The annoyingly unlocked. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Those two are even talking about the same thing. There's also one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right. It is my dear friend inside. The only friend in the world.
Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if any of the crew... Your secret is safe with us, I assure you, but in return... You must tell us as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. Yes, alright. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something, Mr. Shalom's... Wasn't it something? Mr. Shalom's great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Mr. Perlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes? What is? Observe your wrists. And he's put them back on. Ah, your hands. They're cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. Ah! When and why? There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruto. Sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can't it? Really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the Speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about his diary was as well. First of all, before we continue, I only examined one thing, and it was him. Don't touch! Huh? I will tell you what I know about last night, but please, you must not touch my things. How do you say, forbid it. Oh, sorry. As you must be, young man, what vulgar manners you have. Stop poking around a young lady's private belongings. Neither I shall allow it. Hypocrite. Right, so she's just gonna, like... She's not gonna let me examine anything. I have a feeling it would have been the same thing before as well. She would have just been like,
You cannot see anything. No, leave. You're not allowed to do that.
trying to fucking change you. There we go. Anyway. Let us converse. Happened last night. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to you one late night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. He was a friend of mine. Oh! That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest? Perhaps the steam engine exploded? Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened? Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I'd done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything was happening around me. Oh, I see. You've been running away from the ballet company, haven't you? From Northkovich Ballet? Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have a striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Northkovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I have no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes.
crew of the ship. They have all been so kind to me. They said I could hide in the cabin.
If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates the most intriguing conundrum.
Yes, it does. What do you mean? What do you think about it, Naruto?
I wasn't really thinking about what was being said. Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation to what conundrum. I'm not sure, but... Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to the newspaper, it was only received that you... it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Booyah stopped at no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you came aboard to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewmen outside the cabin acted strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked them about it, about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard.
That is not your business.
Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something.
An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage.
Sorry, what was that?
It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And it is how I came to be here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel.
Considering English isn't your mother's tongue, your description is very vivid.
Mr. Sholmes once said I can never resist a touch of dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same.
A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from the wonderfully extravagant advertisement for The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. So, the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case. Is that right?
I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please don't tell. Don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious.
Then the burly Russians would have bestirred themselves in unison and thrown you in the case overboard, no doubt.
Yeah!
So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes.
What sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? Is it?
Maybe it's an adorable little rabbit? Ha! You credit Russia as a land of small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have little small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. So you have miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of the young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversely
strikes, it could satisfy the needs of substance. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. No. Well, it would appear that the friend's identity is closely guarded. Secret not to be revealed. Ah. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I would like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Right. The vent thing, I think. Could also be this, since there's a Russian word said there. Miss Pavlova, would you take a look at this? I don't know. I don't know anything. Mr. Naruto, you're pointing at the poor girl. Sorry, I wasn't trying to. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, he wrote in it last night before he died. Something unusual. It reads, 1:23, I can hear a faint whistling noise. And then a few minutes later, 1:35, it looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling through the ventilator grill. A speckled brand? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. Up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh! Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band of the victim mention mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I know nothing. Oh. I don't think she's the killer.
Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes? What is it?
Wow, she's fast.
The captain would like to speak. The captain would like to speak with you. You must come to the captain's quarters at once, please.
All right, I will come now. What?
You must leave now.
Oh, no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott.
Get out! The passenger said out! Do you want me to throw you out?
Ugh, looks like we have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. This is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. Interesting. Am I going to continue for today? That was a long time, by the way. We're hitting onto the 3rd hour, but I suppose from the starting time, it's been 2 hours and 30 minutes. Go ahead and save. I'm gonna see if we can get to trial before the end of this, but I have a feeling that it's gonna take a while. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we managed to find some clue of what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past the sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yes, he completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quickly as the wind, but not before ensuring that these were securely back on my wrists. I really wish we'd have taken the chance to look around in Miss Pavlova's cabin.
What? Why you look at me like that? You want something? Hmm? Maybe you want me to throw you out again? Hmm?
No. Definitely not that.
Next time I'll throw you out, I show you where lobsters spent winter. Understand?
Yes, understood. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever let us ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san. I guess we go back into the cabin. Oh, we can talk to this guy, I guess. 9th January, SS Byoya, first class number 1. Looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject. I wonder if the Spectre Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was just exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. Might have some new information for us. Never know. There he is. Oh god, he's got more beaten up. You! Where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, it's the Seaman Hosonaga did it. That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into a ball and throw him into cold room. Whew, he's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga didn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. Must really have gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. These are the rules of passage. Must keep their weapons and other dangerous objects in their cabin. Pets are also strictly forbidden. So by bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova has broken the rules. She also called it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form of this friend takes yet. I'm almost certain whatever it does, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. A friend. It's more to this than it seems, I think. All the books have provided for passengers to occupy this cabin have been neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, do you remember? Ah, yes. You tied them up, didn't you? You have to look after this ship properly. Unruly behavior in this cabin leads to damages. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better that they're now nicely neated up. I can't relax when things are untidy. So this ventilator joins Miss Pavlova's cabin. That's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. A speckled band, as he described it. So if only Miss Pavlova would be able to shed some light on it, but she seems as baffled as we are. Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know some people aboard who would say the same thing about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. This is where Kazunuma spent his past moments writing in his diary. 1:23, I could hear a faint whistling noise. At 1:35, it looks like some sort of speckled band was dangling from the ventilator grill. So she got a parrot or something? It looks like there's writing here on this page. It's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san. We will. So it's clear these letters were written with ink that somehow spilled on the floor. And they spelled the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping there. But to be truly unambiguous, it would have had to spell out my name, do you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It is hard to imagine Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word, in Russian. Which begs the question of who did write it. Holy shit.
You're back.
Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is...
Please, don't worry about it.
They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe. When I told the captain I'd give you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard.
What?
But the pummeling was over in a flash, as he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really.
It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your effort, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin.
Yes, so I understand.
Oh?
I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. He said, I think his name is something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though.
That explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? I'll tell you what we found out.
Yes, let's do it.
Cabin next door.
What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's the cabin next door.
So you know who she is.
Please, what respecting ballet fan wouldn't know about the graceful angel?
Oops, I think I upset him there. Might have peaked the mic a bit there as well.
Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the crime, at least.
Oh, how?
Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they?
Oops, I've definitely unsettled him. Inspector, your investigation here has proved useful?
If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to Hong Kong police. So just keeping watch here, trying to keep my eyes off the job.
Oh, I see.
Ah, there's one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you.
Oh, what? Please do tell us, Inspector, please. What is this new information you have, Inspector?
This is... The Bureau medical officer finished the examination of the body and managed to obtain the report.
Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report. Kazuma-sama. So, what's the cause of death?
Damage to the cervical vertebrae is written in the report.
His neck was broken?
Yes, it would appear so. There were no obvious wounds or signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all.
Well, what weapon was used then?
Nothing has been found yet. But the fact that there was no movements on his body would suggest that it had been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark.
Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck would induce death. It is possible that no wound would be left. Poor Kazuma.
I have a second copy of the report. If it might be find it useful, you're welcome to have it.
Really? Are you sure?
Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to leaving this cabin in the first place, would I?
Ah. The post-mortem report has been added. Cause of death was a cervical spine injury. There was no traces of external injury or poison. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, wasn't he?
Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept around the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose must have become bored.
Did he say anything at all?
Actually, now that you mention it, yes, he said just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish! That's all he said.
Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant.
It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass, you see?
Ah, perhaps he's talking about this brick-colored mark? Do you think?
Ah, yes, that must be it. But how could
Mr. Sholmes know that's shoe polish?
That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I've no idea.
What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tanned hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red, then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker and often repaired. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does that mean this mark was made by the polish of Kazuma's shoe as they scuffed on the floor? I was wondering whether or not he was actually even killed here, or if he was killed somewhere else and then dragged here. But let's just be certain. The post-mortem report, little past 2 a.m. So his last point of being in this room was at 1:35, meaning pretty much a half an hour afterwards he was killed. It could have been possible that he was killed somewhere else and then dragged back here.
That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should really return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head.
Ah, yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted.
Oh, no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Hosogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning.
A heavy head?
That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Really such a beautiful color, this glass. Whatever it was, broken clean in two. But the other half is nowhere to be seen. And there's a brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish, according to the great detective who you seem to know all about. I suppose that it must be from Kazuma's-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can it be the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. That's hardly a reason, is it? Maybe something's happened outside? Yeah. That little text up basically means that things have moved forward. SS Ruya. First class cabin passageway.
Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san. Seaman Stojnov is gone. Stojnov.
Strong enough? Strojinov. Oh, is that what it is? Strojinov. Strong enough. Is that how it's pronounced? Strong enough? I'm going to say strong enough then. That's way easier to say.
And the burly Russian sailor who was always crossing his arms and glaring at us.
Ugh, these Russian names are impossible to remember.
Tra-la-la.
Did you hear that? It sounded like someone's singing.
Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la. I did a great detective way. This caroling, I know that lark-like voice.
Never mind that. Now, this is a golden opportunity for us. Is that Is that Holmes just freaking singing as he's wandering through the walls? Alright.
I guess you're right. This moment we must seize. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate.
Definitely, before that stingy knock crewman comes back.
It's strong enough, and not stinky not.
Alright. SS Bruya, first class cabin number 2.
Sato-san.
Oh, where's she gone? Oh, wow. Hey, what are you doing? That's our private things.
Not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate quickly as we can.
Suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake.
Just for Kazuma's Mama?
What do you mean?
It can't be long now before we arrive to port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs while we get there.
Really?
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san, by ourselves if we have to.
Yes, we will. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door.
Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Maybe. It's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die from gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin, too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. Really? She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug, too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Naruhodo-san, are you there? Sorry. Yeah, I'm right here. Yes, why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe while I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have a strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see now, you know? Well, anyway, I'm not sure if I could fit inside one. If you could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we'd find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. Ah, yes, they displayed this in the cabin look. Yep. It's the rules that say you should not be carrying weapons or pets. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case secret as she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder if where her friend has disappeared to now. Probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman strong enough doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh yes, so do I. All these books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. Exactly is the same as the bookcase next door, in Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase. I don't know. Would she really have been practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? All right then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. You really shouldn't be doing this. It would seem that the teapot is empty. So a natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people. Very thirsty. Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had a chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they have excessive thirsty, and I'd lay 1,000 to 1. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yes, it does look like it's been dropped, or like it was put there deliberately. It's either a bed or a cat that is her pet. Do you think there could be a leak from the roof above just here? What? A leak? It is a ship. Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean that the whole ship's gonna sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She really is trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Oh my, Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside. But according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding
her special friend in there.
Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret.
Because you're not allowed to bring animals on board of the SS Bruya. I wonder what kind of animals she had in there. More to the point, where is it now? There are just a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it.
Well, Miss Pavlova was only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all.
That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read.
Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading. Books written in Russian.
Thanks. I think I probably already knew that.
It's rude to ask so much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that.
Anything in the bin?
I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket.
Let's have a little look and see what's been thrown away.
Naruhodo-san. It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone else's rubbish, you know.
Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me as if I'm a piece of rubbish right now.
However, these are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly. We have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all.
Oh well, that's a little disappointing.
Well... This cabin door has the same simple bolted latch that our cabin had. If the bolt is drawn across, there's no way for anyone to have entered the cabin from the outside.
Yes, it's not particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it?
No, that and the door is made of metal. There's no chance of any trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside.
And it seals up perfectly too, to stop any seawater from coming in. So it can be used as the method you told me of passing a thread through the crack around this closed door either.
It would seem I know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Is there anything else? Didn't mean to do that. God damn it, I'm trying to move. Gah. Oh my god. Oh my god, I hate this. This is infuriating. Jesus Christ. Is there literally nothing else? Okay. I don't see anything else. I mean, it would have moved me along, wouldn't it? I don't think there's anything else. I think I need to leave. There he is.
Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes. Look.
Wow, you never know where he's gonna turn up next, do you?
He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Tra-la-la-la-la-lay, I did it the great detective's way.
He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us?
Or is simply in extremely high spirits.
Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than I could chew. We're really doing Frank Sinatra references here. And through it all, when there was doubt, it was it's lucky Sherlock was about. Excuse me? I solved it all, and I stood tall. I did it the great detective's way. Mr. Sholmes! Ah! What is it, you want to fight then, Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, just when he's about to reach the climactic finish. I'm sorry, I thought you were going to stop, so I figured it's good as not a better time than ever. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture now. Could you put those fists away?
Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you.
Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in the study of this ship's log, as penned by the stockily-built crewmen who usually are on guard here.
Oh yes, the ship's log.
Did you find anything useful from it?
Well, after 2 p.m. in the morning, a majority of the entries are blank.
Which means there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You're truly a student from the land of the rising sun. You've utterly blinded by it.
Sorry? Your logic, my boy. It's inverted. What do you mean by Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages and it shall become clear. It would seem that the crewman oft stands sentry in the first-class passageway, and has the most religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour.
Oh, he writes that every 30 minutes?
Nothing to report.
Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He did not even write nothing to report.
Do you mean...
Yes, the circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post.
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
What remains a mystery for now? That remains a mystery for now. But we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget her regular habit of scribbling nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Now that's deduction that's worthy of a great detective. Ah, so you're starting to understand my way, is it? What my way is. I see. And what makes Sherlock Sholmes brilliant. Ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing headache this morning for some reason. Nothing more.
Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can still hear it as he wanders off to the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke up this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too. I guess... we go back into the Kazuma's cabin? Oh, I guess we've got to go back into the other cabin. I guess I could have talked to him before I entered the Miss Pavlova's cabin. I didn't look to the right. Ding-a-ling-ling-ling-ling-ling-ling-ling. Ah! What's that? Siren head. Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted quarter mile afar. Oh, wait, it's Russian. Full stop. Head to starboard. All hands brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? Oh, crap. I can't stand. Susato-san, hold on to me. Wah! Susato-san, are you hurt? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruto-san. Jesus. Looks like we avoided the collision. I think. Yes, the ship's come to a stop. My goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, it sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door quickly. What, the bolt? Look at that. Ah. So it can be bolted without anybody pressing it through. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? Better tidy this place up first. A violent emergency had solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Gulp. Okay then. That might be it for today. I guess I could try and continue until we get to trial. Okay, I'll try and continue until we get to trial. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath and genuinely slid back the bolt.
You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters?
Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to be a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see.
Someone must have thought a ship was ahead. The person obviously rigged the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop.
Everything is in chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew is running wild.
The first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment.
Oh, I see.
Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside?
Ah! You wicked intruder dressed in all black. You are the devil.
I'm sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is the first.
You opened my traveling case. How could you?
What? No, I didn't touch it.
That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector!
Yes?
Arrest this man. I know he did it. He's a criminal. It is not enough that he killed a man.
Da! And he should die as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken. Do you believe?
Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else.
Stowing away. Trespassing. Killing. She is right. You are devil.
Doesn't look good, does it?
There's a cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. We give you straight to police.
Wait, a cell?
Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing we can do?
This is a Russian vessel. I have no real jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options.
This is terrible.
This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. You know, it's true. I just thought about it. What is the point of a lock system if you can't lock it from the outside? Because then anyone could just waltz in. Miss Pavlova, can I...
Get out!
Listen, I'm sorry that we stuck in here without your permission, but...
Get out! Now!
I just needed to investigate here to help you understand. It's no use. She's not going to listen. I need to find someone who will. Please, just give us a little more time.
I do nothing for you. Except show you the way to the prison cell.
Thanks, but no thanks. But I'm innocent. I didn't kill anyone.
And trespassing? And stowing away?
Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down unusual avenues. And, well...
Enough! You are guilty. Ship cell is only place fit for you.
Come on, there has to be someone. Some savior to rescue me from this crisis. Got yourself into a difficult situation here. By entering the cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there really isn't anything more I can help you. If I push my luck any further, the punch to the face will be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now that this has happened, I will report to the captain at once. I really do need some help here. I need a savior to... Okay. This is getting pretty ridiculous, dude. What the... What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes! He's wearing the tiara! Naturally, I was analyzing the weight of 20,000 rubles would feel on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? Is it mere tomfoolery, my boy? No. Well, why are you hanging from the hook from before then? Isn't it obvious to properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles? Naturally. I wish to determine whether I should bend to that conceited looking hook on the wall. So full of brag and pounce. I'll never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me elsewhere other than the hook on the wall next time.
What is to report? Speak.
An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes, the case of the curious murder that took place last night here on the vessel, the steamship Bruria, has been solved by me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am to reveal the great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case.
Ha! You solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. All we knew for... we all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is stowaway. He is in handcuffs to prove it.
I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because everyone knows the cabin is bolted and shut from inside. That means the culprit is someone who is inside the cabin. Yes, that's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories.
Da! Locked room! That is point!
The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There was no way the bolt could have been drawn across from the outside of the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there was another entrance. An entrance that was used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. Another entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed as we speak. The ventilator man. The ventilator?
You think this is funny? I can't even put my arm through that hole.
That's because your arms are as thick as a tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? That's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the murder. The victim witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Dr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 123, I hear a faint whistling sound. And 135, it sounds like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does that mean? What is the speckled brand? The answer to that peculiar conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Holmes, what are you doing? This is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. I'm about to expose you all to see. You will shock you to your cause. It's going to be the animal that he thinks it did it. Yeah! Ah! What the... Snake. Allow me to introduce to you all to the band, the Speckled Band. A snake? Indubitably. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really a speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Hmm? Yes, you're right. I think that's the case. You would have to call it.
The striped band, wouldn't you? A striped band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe its distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap in which the culprit wishes you to fall? My goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it's time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. These are two conclusions that I've drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, the same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes is right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi? I would advise you a little more movement possible. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. We're doing this again, huh? I'm guessing we're gonna still, like, come to the possibility that the snake's strangled instead. But I suppose... does that mean that we're not gonna be charged as the culprit, but maybe she is? Who knows? Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. And yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, from your aching heart smarts with pain. And with the very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we must ask, what is the nature of the murder, the intruder that stole into the victim's cabin that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded the vessel, was it not? Ah, as suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend, the rivaling serpent we see before us. And yet the fact leaves us with a quandary. The victim's written observations that night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we give, pray? What was it, this sight that fell from the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. I have nothing to do with this. But it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you're trying to, but failing to conceal. That can only be a snake's sloughed skin. Evidently, you after this subtle and horrid crime, the most deadly fiend of yours. Shed its original skin, no? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilation visible in the cabin, then your then speckled friend slithered next door. Then, using the bell cord on the other side of the bridge as a serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. The dim light that appeared to the young gentleman who has just lost his life as a speckled band. In summary, in the nature of your friend of yours is which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime. It is a rare breed of snake, whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. Snake so dreadful. You can only imagine what it could be found in the deepest depths of India. Moving on, we come from the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the date in which I have been apprised, it appears that there is no signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, can we take that as fact? We can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm that at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could that be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost but not quite interpretable puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. The vestiges of the snake bite delivered by the terrifying fiend. This makes no sense. There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance gazes, betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in that cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It's telling that the victim made a note of low whistling noises that was heard minutes before its end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed, you put your serpent through the ventilator and wait. After a period, you summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't have known that the animal had done its duty, so you went to listen to signs of life next door. The victim had appeared not to have been dispatched. You would release the snake once more. Do you deny this snake undergone such training? That's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs once more. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending its existence forever. That is the true nature of the Speckled Band, and that took the young man's life. There can be no doubt, my logic is flawless. It's very flawed, bruh. Okay. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of the Speckled Band. Okay. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a source of milk. Promise of food is key to training any creature. Incredible. You solved the mystery. Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I can see how Sherlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man. It was nothing remarkable, as Russians would say. I could have done it with one left hand. Could I venture opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course. What is on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. Welcome questions to my method? I welcome questions to my method, as will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are little egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah. It is really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake by using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlo used other treats to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. Logic holds. Well, there's something else. Snakes don't have ears. Yes, so I'm not sure it would be really possible to signal the snake by whistling. But madam, what of the tales of Araba? Have you not heard the tale that dances to the sounds of a flute? I think perhaps performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept it has to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There's one other thing. You have more? Snakes use scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So I'm not really sure a snake could manage to climb up the Belfast cord like the one in these cabins. Then it should try harder. Wow. Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator next to a cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there's a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have been a part of this. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into great ones that they ought to be. I had a feeling this was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? You've done it again? The handcuffs are gone. Where did they go? Fear not. I shall see that they're restored once our work is done. I really wish you'd just leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. The death has nothing to do with me, but the whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet, you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall these horrid events, your aching heart aches with pain. That's not true. I'm not sure Miss Sholmes reads her correctly. Is that it? Must be some other way to interpret an expression. Take a moment. Let's really take a look. Miss Pavlova. Interesting.
Yes!
Yes.
When you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, with a simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you, in fact, receive that scratch from sometime last night? Ah! When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. When I am sad, the pain of this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that is evidence to your inextricable link to the victim's death. So, we ask, what is the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on the prosperous night? Quite naturally, it was the friend of which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale Gans. Without a doubt, it's your friend, the writhing serpent that we see before us. Seems likely the scratch mark on the back of Miss Povola's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they're not. They don't even have hands or feet in which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, then what is? It's a true identity of hers. Let's follow the gaze. It's going to be hiding it behind his back, isn't he? Oh no, there we go. Oh, what? Looking over at this framed photographic print, weren't you? Let's not be distracted by the print itself. Oh, no. It's the friend, isn't it? Because it so beautifully displays what was inside. The spectrally contrived logic led you to this mindless conclusion. Oh, well, it's supposed to be logic and reasoning spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute with the show. It's my show, Mr. Naruhodo. Kindly perform any particular experiments in your own stage. Ugh, sorry. That wasn't right. There's clearly a cat in it. That's so cheap, dude. I'm not sure then. What is it actually asking of me then? Because I don't think it's him. Seaman strong enough. If it's not, it can't be him. I don't see anything else. I was so sure it was the frame as well. Oh, are you kidding me? You are kidding me. This game is annoying. There's literally nothing saying that I could examine here. Personally, I think the little black creature is this is kind of pissing me off. This, like, oh wow, really? I was pointing out the photograph, but no, I had to examine the photograph and then point out the thing that's inside the photo. Oh, that is stupid. That is stupid. You know, if they wanted me to do that, they should have had not only the freaking like option of examining as one of the controls down there, but also the frame should have been completely like blanked out. Like
I should get a closer look at this. And there you go. Like, why not do that? That's so unnecessary. God damn it. Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes it abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't quite clear, but what is clear is that you brought that animal with you when you ran away, didn't you?
Darka is my friend, best friend. I couldn't leave her behind.
Darker would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, the fact leaves us with a quandary. The victim's written observations that night of the question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we give, pray? What is the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, but it does. The answer's quandary is now hidden behind your back. Yes, it's that trying to, but failing to conceal it can only be the snake's rough skin. Looks like something out of her pocket and hid behind her back. If she just left her pocket, no one could ever have known. Yes, ploys like that are Sholm's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought the deductions was his specialty. Or maybe making me believe that it was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. In which case, what is it Miss Pavlova is hiding behind her back? I have to examine it, I remember. But it's speckled, and it's a band, but... what is it? It's so soft and fluffy. A long cloth of some sort. And it looks like a handle on one end. Maybe a cat's toy. Some sort of... it's sort of common in the West, apparently. And how is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens particularly love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it. That does sound positively adorable.
Yes!
It's a cat's toy. Yes, the thing you're trying but failing to conceal is, a cat's toy. Precisely. The true nature of this now infamous speckled band. Ah! It was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around and I presume naturally the victim would not fail to have noticed it. But why? And for what reason? My dear boy, that can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah! In summary, the case of the friend of Miss Pavlova, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova, which last night infiltrated this scene of the crime.
It is a bitsome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darkra. Yeah! A truly troublesome feline, young Darkra is proving to be. She must be caged and once found. You will forgive us for bothering a photograph of the pet, Miss Pavlova. It's got a bell on it, which is at the crime scene. It was after I gave her food last night. That was when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and went up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Dakra, she was so naughty. Moving on, we must come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data in which I have apprised, it would appear that there is no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by terrible venom. What Miss Sholmes says is true, that there were no signs of a wound anywhere on his body. That's right, but Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. So would he seem so? Let's give him the information he's missing now. I have a feeling there's only been one court trial there. The fact that the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew that it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. One that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman strong enough is not some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out, anyway. We have it on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that fact, we can reasonably imagine that thereby evidence affirms at the scene of a crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the victim's dead body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Not his dead body, but the surrounding area. Presumably, Darkra didn't silently leave her behind because we were dealing with a final blow. I suppose it's possible that he'd fallen and hit the ground awkwardly. That would be a terrible act of misfortune that he had broken his neck by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. Rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. We need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything at the scene that could have explained what happened? My guess would be this. Yes, the examination of the marks on the floor will prove to be the cause of death consecutively. Oh, that was my character. Whoops. This particular mark is so prominently visible next to the victim's body as a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry around as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. An undeniable ingredient of shoe polish. And the color of the shoe polish perfectly matches with the color of Sagi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asagi must have caught his foot at some point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And, by a dreadful turn of events, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine as the victim's vertebrae was shattered in an instant and he lost his life. No! I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asagi lost his life? Yes, the facts are clear as day to me. All you did to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding spaces you choose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links to your victim's death in the traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and that's how he's no more? That can't be true. I refuse to believe it. I know it's hard to believe, but the marks on the floor do suggest that's what happened. But... And if this part of Mr. Shom's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova was trying to hide the evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction where she would that she had cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer has to be somewhere. This waste paper basket is perhaps the first class. But Miss Pavlova had only started occupying the cabin late last night. Presumably, there's not much rubbish in there yet. And yet, there is... Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. I feel like I might have seen it somewhere before. It looks familiar. Perhaps there's more in your mind that's simply playing tricks on you. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Ah! Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object that would seem. One is familiar air, in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass in the floor of Mr. Asagi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that a part of glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the crime victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? Cha! You are well acquainted with this glass spell, are you not? I don't. I don't know. Is that hushed Russian accent of yours? Won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking her to the glass bell would be her own picture. The kitty cat is wearing the bell. If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from the darkness collar, is a very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man lost his life last night. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inconspicuous fall.
And the cause of death for a fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka.
I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry.
Elementary. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night.
It was a little after 1 in the morning. I was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands.
People do say cats become anxious, nervous in new environments.
She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her.
And that's how you acquired a rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take.
Yes. I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me.
Yes. Modern science suggests that animals carry infectious diseases. It's a precautionary, really.
So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise next to the cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, must be sleeping. So at that point, I thought it was safe to try and lure the kitten back.
So you thought it would be safe to lure the kitten back? By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator into the adjoining cabin.
Darka always loves this toy, but it did not work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return.
Some faint whistling found Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to receive her pet.
Cats have prosperity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing I could do. I just had to wait until she calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... such a dreadful bang. And afterwards, nothing. I was totally silent.
Kazuma was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that from what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buria is a large vessel, but even she could pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asagiad was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But then what became of the kitten afterwards?
In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen.
I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she has disappeared again.
Gracious. That cat is insufferably restless as I am. Well, she did go into the room because the glass bell is there. Well, we know something about himself at least. Well, he knows something about himself at least.
When I woke this morning, I heard the young man in the cabinet next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from?
What on earth?
What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board of a ship?
Oh, did I say? Snake is my friend. His name is Pirosico.
That snake belongs to you?
He escaped from cage when the emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him here.
Yes, how did that snake get into the cabin? But animals are not permitted aboard.
We are sea for 1 year. You want me to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands?
Oh, couldn't you find someone a little more human to understand you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuous venomous snake? Surely you appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in?
No venom. Pirosico has no venom. He's harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny.
It's venomless.
Yes, now he's hungry. He's in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you will feed him.
And you'll feed him what? Milk, I suppose?
Ha! Like they say milk chickens. Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. This Pirosico eats mouses. Big fat round mouses.
So, is that what the mouse trap in the passageway out there is for?
Of course! How else can I catch my friend's favorite food?
Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up the bell card, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role?
It's not my fault. Do not make up stories. My Pirosico is nothing to do with this incident.
So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. I don't believe it. Someone wrote a Russian word implicating the person in the closet as the culprit. Miss Pavlova? I understand the difficult situation you've been found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed the truth of everything. It was a series of unfortunate events, an accident. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I do not have a great... I'm not great at knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it. I can't quite put my finger on it. I confess,
I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I am only present here for one specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Ah, not again. When did he do that? Especially when your wrists are the result of my intervention. I was merely hoping to resolve the matters before we made our next port call. You were Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man is a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owe him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow it to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever it may be. The key to this discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure I can chase that down. Maybe the truth will come clear. The truth about how you really died. How the scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, let's see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. On what should we ponder first? The victim who lost his life in the cabin was bolted shut from the inside. Was it truly an unfortunate accident, or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? But we have already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed through the cabin in the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but it's still an accident. Wait. Let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's what's really happened, does it? I'm going to ask you to spell it out to me, I'm afraid. Yes, I'm starting to see the shape now. It's a clear contradiction with the facts. Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right here in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't have been possibly caused by a mere accident. Really? Show us. Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. Evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere incident. The fact that he wrote that apparently something was written afterwards. A cat can't write. I'm going to just quickly save as well, because I have a feeling that this game is going to be cheeky and be like, oh, you need to show a different picture. Cats can't write. Yes. The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There is no way that Mr. Asagi could have left this message on the floor. That script is Russian, isn't it? That script is Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in that case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem very likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no sense whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way Mr. Asagi would have left the message on the floor. The reason why is clearly explained here. Damage to the cerebral vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Ugh. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asagi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So Susano noticed it before too. Putting the message on the floor aside, there was something else that gives away the truth. Another piece of evidence proves that this was no incident. In other words, probably the bell. This. A piece of broken glass near the mark on the floor. But that glass bell is in the kitten had around its neck. We already know about that. It was broken in half when the victim stepped over the cat and fell. We've already have it satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? That flaw in that logic. Unfortunately, there is one big flaw, a fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in the cabin? Yes, I remember we found another half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point out the same conclusion. The fact that when Mr. Asagi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth. In order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes. There must have been someone else present in Mr. Asagi's...
You're wasting your time. Someone else was there? Da, of course, we know this.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no other way in or out.
Oh, yes.
And only other person in the cabin was young student died was you.
It's true that I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian, and there's no way I could have left that message. Not would have. There was no way you could have left that message, to be precise in the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question who wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor, and the attempt to incriminate me for the crime even though I'd been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person who picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen on the floor. For fear of becoming evidence that would show that how Mr. Asagi really died. But why would this person why wouldn't this person have taken away both pieces? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock early hours in the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. A single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely casted light onto the floor there. It's little wonder that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item.
You all suspect me, don't you?
Seaman strong enough?
Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she sent away to join ballet company. But before she was dancer on ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal.
Oh, so that's it.
You say when young student died, Nina was there in cabin. But that's not possible. I give my tooth.
Well then, this is most interesting. And why would you give a tooth, pray? How could you be so sure?
You are great detective. You should know. The truth is in eyes. Captain Bulkhead was bolted. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, no one, not anyone. Or would you tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Yet, it is impossible.
He's right.
But wait, I've heard about these detective stories. People often tie threads around door latches so they can be closed and open them from the outside.
A thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors.
Clearly not. These are watertight doors. As one would expect to find on any modern steam ship. Constructed of heavy steel, with not a gap in sight. No threads of needles nor magic or magnets could have been used.
No, of course not. I thought so too. But what Mr. Naruhodo suggested earlier, so...
Susato, how could you shift it onto me like that? So Seaman Strongov has a valid point. The cabin doors couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily.
What?
I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way of shutting the bolt from the cabin door from the outside? One way does spring to mind, yes.
You really know what Mr. Shones means, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, as should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling method that was used to slide the door's bolt across from the outside. Okay. I'm gonna guess that it's the bookcase to, like, show that the entire ship flew to the side. But that is a very vague way of saying that, right?
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things have toppled over?
That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before.
Yes, that's right. A very powerful vessel, after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over.
I believe, yes. That's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects.
There's nothing Susato doesn't know. Or isn't that her book at least? Ah. Well, whatever it's called, the same force pushed those books over in this bookcase. It also made this cabin move. Something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Ah. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into the cabin not long ago, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello, is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance. That sounds like Inspector Nosognaga.
Oh, yes! That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across the locked door.
Yes, it made the metal It's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. The force of ineptia, if you would like to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Soggy was killed? That's a very big design flaw, isn't it? Yes, as Burrier made an emergency stop. When I woke up this morning, I looked around the cabinet and I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, all of the ordnance. It's almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves, deliberately knocking everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? When I came into this cabin, we all were surprised to see the same thing here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asagi's cabin. Oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova?
Are you out of your mind? You say Burrier made emergency stop.
It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it's quite simple enough. Hmm? Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you to press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights, when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookouts alone. Hence the placement of numbers of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. That sort button, the one is compelled to press and satisfy one's curiosity.
Wait, it was you?
When that button was pressed, two things happened in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bells rang, and the vessel came to a complete stop. Indeed, it did a little earlier today. Jesus, I'm thinking he's trying to say one thing, but he says another. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button is but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. Sounds almost proud of himself.
How dare you mess with ship! I will report you to Captain. You are in so much trouble now.
Now, I'm sure that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. That the vessel makes a complete emergency stop. The bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mrs. Soggy, did the ship make an emergency stop, or did it not?
You are idiots! Burrier is a ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop in the middle of the night, there would be chaos everywhere.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's clearly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, good man. What evidence prompts the theory that emergency gripped the vessel last night? I think it's the ship log. Being that there was no entries, making it clear that during that night, because of the emergency, nobody had time to write anything. Seaman strong enough. It's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right?
These are correct. Why?
And the ship log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties.
And what are you doing with that? That is mine!
Ah, you've rather carelessly left it on top of a makeshift brewery in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with the mind to return it to you later.
I left it there on purpose! That is where I put it always!
The point is, looking at it, you usually record. It's clear under normal circumstances you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until the first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all.
Nothing was recorded in the log? That is... duh. Because nothing happened.
But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you? Indeed so. Which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill the ship log, in fact. Are you suggesting the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish!
If I'm perfectly honest, I find it a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Because if something major as emergency stop really did happen, surely all of us would have been noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we have experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched forward so violently, and the alarm bells were so loud. I can't imagine someone would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing in your head since this morning. We've all suffered with it. Ah! Oh, yes. I have a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head's been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything I've felt sort of hazy. I can't remember anything that happened after the climb back into that wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded the vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Ah, well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. Did you enjoy some of the whole roasted chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Ah, yes, in fact. I had all of it. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right. He didn't touch it. Is that really relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No. Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a deep slumber into those who consume it. A sleeping drug. Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo! Of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal on the passenger... Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with an explosive drug would clearly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Holmes? Well, seaman? Sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, then there would be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were it to happen, every member of the crew, the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tell everything.
Eh?
I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help. Everyone together. She threw away everything. Her name in the ballot. Mother Harsha. She wanted we wanted to help our angel.
I don't believe it.
You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night.
Yes, I remember now. I noticed chewing on a lump that was strange and bitter at one point.
Ah, we could not make all drug, how you say, dissolve.
Ugh, talk about heavy seasoning.
At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought the angel on board. It was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat.
While all the passengers in the SS Bruya slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, the people who disliked the chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been impossible for you. You would have been able to use the emergency to trick the lock Kazuma's cabin door. How does that make any sense? Surely every cabin would have been ended up locked up in that case. There would have been complete chaos. Oh? I wouldn't say so. What? Of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten in the evening meals in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness and because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes! Overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted away. So not one of them would have been found it remarkable to find the doors locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolts of a single cabin on the door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours in the morning.
You have talked long and time and said many things. But what is point?
The point is what I said earlier. There was someone else present at the scene when the victim lost their life last night. Someone who left the message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity.
and someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. All told, a busy night.
But
But I don't know nothing of this. I am just a little girl.
I would like to speak with your long English words with... You like to speak your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am a sailor, and a sailor don't listen to long boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trusted only what we see with our eyes.
A laughable trait.
What?
I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of the guilt in the wind. What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of the involvement, man. Proof of the involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction.
What are you talking about?
I believe its time has come. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Holy shit. Is this even gonna go to trial? Now that I'm thinking about it, it might not even do that. So, Mr. Naruhodo. Your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said, of these two vaccinators. Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that someone tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene and Mr. Arasagi's death. What we were looking for is a trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, let's see what I can see. We're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there the night Kazuma died.
Yes!
Found you. Seaman strong enough. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there.
Yes, I don't know where that dirt come from.
So, nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain?
What are you trying to say?
It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman.
It's Seaman!
So allow us to make it plain. A very large purple stain on the back of Seaman's strong enough's uniform. I think we've made it quite clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. Present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then. The evidence that proves the stain on the back of Seaman's Strongenoff's uniform really is... the ink, isn't it? Is that gonna be it? I'll put a... just to be safe. I feel like it has to be that because, like, nothing else really points to ink. Yes, it was the photograph, and the ink shows it. In this photograph, and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform.
Ink?
A rather unusual color of ink, purple.
Oh,
Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of the exact same color. If the ink had been dry, it could possibly have stained your uniform in that way. It couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin the moment immediately after the ink has been spilt.
alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Booyah do the emergency stop, and both cabin doors shut. I did everything so nobody would suspect our angel.
Biff, please.
Do not worry, little angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Biff, please. You must help me.
I went with her. The door of cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one. My little fairy friend.
Everything happened in cabin like Angel told you. Kitten escaped. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asagi's cabin, and he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Yes, that is right.
So the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova, when then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find the occupant lying lifeless on the floor.
She said she was worried that she heard the sound of something falling on floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked. She opened to look, and you already know what happened after.
There's just one more thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Asagi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why?
I already told you! When Nina opened the door of student cabin, he looked in and... She looked inside and...
I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Ah. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing a black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So that is finally it now? We discovered the real truth behind Kazunuma's death? Ah, something nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took it myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, and therefore the victim died immediately. The unfortunate incident that reciprocated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to be a bit unnatural.
What do you mean unnatural?
What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Hmm? Oh, well... Is it... Are we still gonna go straight over the freaking writing again?
Yes!
The word in Russian can clearly wasn't written by Kazunuma. So it was... if you're looking for something unnatural, that's the obvious point. Very true. Very true. It was clearly peculiar. But it's not what I meant by unnatural, I'm afraid. A particularly crass detail that was orchestrated by the culprit. I mean, to identify another point. Oh, I see. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. In my opinion, if you landed on the... as the victim would have appeared to do here, it would be no so natural. Sure, you'd reach the same conclusion. How thoughtful you are, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you for your gentle guidance. Is it that he wouldn't... Are we talking about the fact that he landed face forward? Meaning that if he got... How he broke his neck is a bit surreal.
Yes!
Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate incident, then his fist just does not seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In the fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. And yet here we are, see the victim with his left hand strikingly balled into a fist. Almost as if you'd say, as though he was gripping something.
What do you mean?
Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray tell, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. What? Would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. That's right, a crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us?
It tells us nothing.
Not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before.
Oh shit, she's been had.
Yes, I know what I need to do. Point out where it came from. It comes from her right ear. Miss Pavlova, I noticed that you're on your ear. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding it onto it must have broken, I suppose.
What? But looking at your
other ear, I noticed the crescent moon.
I don't believe it.
Now, the missing crescent moons that was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova. When Mr. Asagi had grasped the crescent moon and pulled it from your ear,
Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night, in Mr. Asagi's cabin, you witnessed the moment the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asagi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during the final moments?
No.
Angel. No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Wow.
When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it is too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb on this huge ship. And then, when I was last in this cabin, I could relax after a horrible long day. Daka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving a favorite toy, but nothing worked. Aka would not come back.
What are you doing here at the time of night, Inspector? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh? I'm sorry. I thought it might have been a friend of mine. Oh my.
The young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me find Daka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, I thought I was going to leave the man's cabin.
Just a moment. Sorry, but...
Oh, yes?
I'm sure I know your face. I've seen it somewhere before.
Ah!
Of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina.
Huh? No! I do not know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew what I was. How could this man from a land from a faraway east know what the Russian ballerina?
Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But, what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment.
I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no choice.
I see. So you've run away.
Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone.
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
He's going to pull the cord. He's going to tell the captain.
Oh, that's actually kind of sad. He wanted to go to us. He wanted to go to Rios. Oh my god, that's actually really sad. She thought he was going to call the captain.
Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then... Daka jumped out of my arms, down on the young man's feet. And then... as he turned around to look at me... I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't even know why I did it. I was just so scared. And then... I had to stop him from telling everyone about me.
And that's why you went to fetch for help from Seaman Strongenoff, who was out on duty out in the passageway.
I heard Nina cry out at the foot on the floor, so I ran in to her. She was standing at the cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said,
Help me, Beth. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go.
So you decided to help? And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's Kami to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door.
Yes. I went to cabin and looked around to make sure nothing to show Nina was there. Then I found Stowaway in the wardrobe, still sleeping.
Right, that's where he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay blame on the Stowaway.
I closed wardrobe doors, put strange paper sign.
Luckily for me, that was the only reason Satura-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent.
I dragged young man's body into good place, used ink that was still spilling to right floor. Wrote Taplakov, which so the person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway.
And tell me, what of the glass bell?
It was by my feet, so I picked it up.
I see.
But it was so dark in the cabin, I hadn't noticed the other half.
Then Angel went back to cabin and I finished job.
By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes.
Yes.
Accordingly, the SS Booyah did indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating a locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova.
What?
Well, you said that you told Kazuma the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried that he was going to tell a captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if he pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem?
It was what he said first that made me scared.
What he said first? What are you doing here at the time of this time of night, Inspector? Ah. So she thought, right.
He said an inspector was his friend.
Yes, meaning me. Who's supposed to be acting as his bodyguard?
I thought that if the police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before I could pull the before he could pull the bell cord, May I
stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova?
It's just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asagi really gonna pull the bell cord? I don't know.
What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was the man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, he wouldn't have done.
No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Who was he going to go see? Yes, what action was the victim really about to take in the last moment? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? I think we all know. Yeah, it's kind of sad. First, let's consider the victim's location within the cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in that wardrobe. But still, the cabin had been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked like late night? When Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma and Sama? Yes, it was exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, if there's one thing I've learned today, it's that simple gaze can reveal all matter truths. Not only that, but in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out even a little when it comes to following the gaze of where it lands. So when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at?
Take that!
Considering everything that happened last night, certainly it may seem like it seemed to look as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly besides the bell cord? The wardrobe.
The wardrobe?
And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly.
Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asagi's exact words last night?
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
Another opinion?
Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asagi tended to consult his close friend on the matter, to see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt.
Oh, no! Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asagi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had.
Miss Pavlova? I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that.
I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done?
And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic incident at the SS Booyah was finally laid to rest. So, I got through the entire episode, I guess, if this isn't going to trial. It's actually shorter than the other one was. I'll be honest with you. Although, we've only had 2 continues, right? So, like, from that chapter thing, I think this is going to go into trial. What will happen? What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. And what about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Does the Shums can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. If she wanted to return to in the future, I doubt that she'd be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman strong enough? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you. About how you lost good friend.
I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police.
That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you?
Duh.
Well, I'm afraid you'll need to go pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow, as much as it pains me. I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes. I did stow away after all. I can't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it begun then. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together in how we tear up the streets of London. That seems to be a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is that someone weeping? Susato-san? Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I hadn't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack. You know, I'm ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san? He had such grand ideas for his visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been crudely taken away. Just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now I know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector.
My duty was to see Asagi-san safely to Britain, but I failed, and I've caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I have let everyone down, and I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder.
Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again, and now huh?
Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo!
What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that into my head. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them for old Sam's sake. Shall we say, you're stowaway after all? I think he thinks this is funny. Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. Although it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heart-wrenching. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong.
We will have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened.
Wait. What? Wait a minute. Is it just me? It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway.
The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be 1 lawyer and 1 assistant.
Was to be?
In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid that the study tour can no longer go ahead.
No. I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, a majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you will require is 1 lawyer, and a simple tour can continue, surely? Huh? But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Holmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained by in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it?
Ah! You're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law?
No, I'm not, but...
I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's a chance it could work.
But as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Is that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I have a month to study, to learn what I must in order to become a lawyer in Great Britain.
Mr. Naruhodo?
That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anyone could learn all of that in just 40 days?
There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain, and I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, then I'll take whatever punishment that is deemed appropriate.
But why put yourself in a difficult position?
For Kazuma, he said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain. That he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So what does this bespectacled and inspector friend say?
Are you serious?
1 lawyer, 1 assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No. This is madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are all dull routine of existence. That we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of the morning until the very moments now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and his desire
And despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report about the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here.
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how to best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you be able to consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer?
I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial.
Jesus Christ, why does that word always elude me? A judicial. I am a judicial assistant after all. A judicial? Thank you. A judical? And Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge with this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazu-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword, and it's been in the Asagi clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Miss Susato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come. It'll be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would have never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found me stowed away in a cabin locked. No! I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. Not even once, but 5 times! Kinda true, though. That number just keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Take hold of me and throw me. Do it! Don't even think about it. No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown someone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess, I am most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be the form of Japanese wrestling? Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of ancient jujutsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. and it leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of combative arms, myself. I have somewhat accomplished boxer. There it goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not tarry. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Okay. Oh, of course. And she's gonna do it on him, yeah. Ready? Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Yeah! As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh yes, arresting indeed. And that's what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was the Susato squash. Funny. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from the evening recently plays with Kazuma flickering into my mind. Kazuma? Kazunuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asagi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, would surely? A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted with my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels the wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. I'll sacrifice everything I can to make it happen. I appreciate you seeing it through with me. Oh, of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through with you to the end. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Wow. So this is still kind of like a before the, like, a prologue. Prologue? Yeah, it is. It basically is a prologue because this... And that entire thing was completely devoid of trial, which is surprising. The Adventure of the Runaway Room. Alright, so that was actually shorter than the previous one, which is surprising. But nevertheless, let's take a quick look-see at what this is going to be about, and then we'll finish up. The Adventure of the Runaway Room. Interesting.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
Wow, they are very British.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
These Japanese people are speaking very British, which is really weird. Okay. The land of my people. Everyone has to wear a hat, which I love.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
That kid's gonna steal his suitcase.
Where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital.
Wow. And that's it. As soon as I get a text box, I am leaving it as is. Yep, that's it. We're in London now. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen, but we are not going any further. That's it for today. All right. So, I do love this game, and that trial was actually well, it wasn't even a trial, but that entire like thing was really good. I never felt too. The only thing that pissed me off was it not really properly showing the where you're supposed to investigate while presenting objects in the moment. Like, it was just weird. It didn't really tell you what you could do and what you were supposed to be doing, right? Like, I pointed at the picture that clearly had a cat in it, but that wasn't good enough. I needed to examine the picture in order to get a close-up of the cat and then point out the cat, which is stupid because I was saying this picture has the animal inside. But whatever, that was just like a small momentary thing. It didn't ruin the entire like thing. Like, I felt like I was constantly being pushed forward. I felt like it was constantly changing. It was a sad story, which was basically just an accident. But it was all like fun and interesting to find out. I do feel like the main character just kind of like hand waves the entire scenario a bit. Like, his best friend just died and he's just like, well, I've got to figure it out so I don't get in trouble. In a weird way, like, yeah, I don't know. Well, what might be happening from this point on is, in order to keep myself from getting burnt out, because I do have not only this game, like, this game spans two Great Ace Attorneys, the first one and the second one. So, I've got quite a lot of this game to play. Meaning, I don't want to get burnt out on this. So, I think I'm going to supplement this with another game. And it might be Persona 5 Royal. Because I've only played Persona 5. Right? I played Persona 5 when it came out, and I didn't have a great... I didn't come out of that game feeling all that great. I felt like it was a bit rushed, and a lot of story beats kind of pissed me off. So the game, Persona 5, didn't really blow me away when it first came out. But apparently Royal is the definitive version, right? The version of it that's updated, new like sprites, new story elements, and a whole new dungeon. I'm willing to play that, and I can barely remember what specifically happens. I know, like, the plot. I know the characters that will show up, and I know some of the bosses and small intricacies. But I think it's still worth playing. So I think I'm going to be going in between this game and Persona 5 Royal. Especially also because Persona 3 Reload got announced. And I kind of want to be done with the other Persona games before starting a playthrough of that. Anyway, thank you for watching or coming in if you have. It says I've got users in chat, but none of which have been speaking. Only one person has, and it was at the very start of the stream. Whatever. Thanks for coming around. See you next Friday, I think? At 1 o'clock. I'm going to try and keep that going every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Alright. Take care, and bye-bye.